Hello there, folks. It has been a while since I was streaming by myself, but hey, I'm here. Don't know if there's anybody out there in chatland yet, but whatever. I'll carry on regardless. There's VODs. VODs are good. So I'm going to be playing the first in a trilogy of games that's actually pretty near and dear to my heart, because I've been playing them for years and years and years. I haven't actually ever played Creeper World 1 fully through by the paid version, at least. I played the demo through a couple times, but I didn't actually own Creeper World entire until like 10 minutes ago or something like that. I realized, hey, I can actually grab this off of Steam. Excellent! It's basically the one thing that had been stopping me from getting it before. I'd been considering getting the 3-pack of games, but with having one of them in Steam and 2 of them outside of Steam, it just seemed like it'd be weird. In any case, it's an interesting game. I'll let you guys sort of get the hang of it as we play if you haven't seen it before. But from what I've seen in the later games and from what I remember of the demo of the earlier ones, it's actually got a pretty decent storyline to it. So we're definitely going to be playing through the storyline of all 3 games here, and I hope you guys will like it as much as I do. So yes, we start at Hope. Loading mission. It is a galaxy. Press spacebar to skip. I don't want to. In the year 13,271, humankind has colonized thousands of worlds. They found none their equal as they spread into a fantastic and bountiful empire. At the height of their greatness, they walked amongst the stars as though they were gods. But gods, they were not. It fell from the sky without purpose or reason. 50 worlds fell on the first day. 500 billion lives were lost. World after world fell as man was routed from existence. Nothing could stop what would come to be called the Creeper. It wanted nothing. It could not be reasoned with. It seemed as though its only purpose was to undo all that man had done. But all was not yet lost. The last survivors of humanity have gathered at a world called Hope, which is a pretty good thing because they were thinking about despair instead. Assembled by the visions of a crazed old man, the last of humankind trembles on the verge of extinction. A great city has been built to house the 50,000 that survive. It will journey from world to world, never staying longer than it must. Guided by the path set by the old man, humanity's final journey has begun. Yeah, it would have been really bad if they started off in despair. That gets you into Danganronpa land, and that just is not nearly as cheery as... Wait, actually, I suppose this one isn't cheery either, so... I don't know, maybe it wouldn't have been that much worse after all. Commander, follow my instructions precisely. Time is critical. Odin City is in the center of your console. She's almost ready to launch. Click the collector button in the command bar. There's an arrow showing you the button. Yeah, they're gonna tutorialize us a bit. This is a lot more than you start with most of the time. Now build the collector where I have indicated, in this spot where it will actually connect to the base and the stuff that we've built around it that we apparently didn't bother deciding to connect to the base. Click the cancel button to exit build mode. Collectors produce energy. Each collector produces energy proportional to the green area around it. Always try to position collectors so that they create the greatest total green area with the fewest collectors. Yep. Structures must be connected to Odin City to be operational. The collector you just built not only produces energy, it also connects a group of existing collectors to Odin City. There are some unfinished collectors to the east of Odin City. Since they are now connected to the city, they can be finished. Odin City will produce and deliver construction packets to these collectors. Like so. Reports indicate that we have only minutes before the first wave of Creeper arrives. We must act fast. Build a relay where I have indicated. I have no idea why you would build a relay here rather than just a collector, but okay, sure. Click the cancel to exit build mode, or I can tap the space key, as it tells me on the button. Relays create long-range connections, but only with other relays. They can be useful for spanning valleys or creating more direct paths in your base, and pretty much useless in this case. You really should have just built collectors instead. You're an idiot. Once the relays are complete, the 3 newly connected blasters will start to charge. Like so. I wonder what the rest of that said. Oh well. There's one additional blaster just to the northeast of Odin City. Click it now. Now click it where I have indicated to move the blaster. A key strategy for defending against the Creeper is to move and position your weapons wisely. The Creeper has arrived! This is it, Commander! Our blasters should hold off the Creeper just long enough for us to open the rift and get Odin City out of danger. We need to power 3 rift totems in order to activate the rift. These 3 totems are in the upper right-hand corner of the map. We've very conveniently already built stuff around them, but not actually connected them to Odin City somehow. Click Odin City and fly her to the location I'll indicate. Once there, Odin City will supply rift packets to the totems. Once all 3 totems are charged, the totems will activate the rift. Why do you want me to fly it there instead of just finishing the... yeah, tutorial. Apparently Ops is pretty damn stupid, because that's really not a good way to do this. You would just build a connection there and be powering them from where you had already been sitting. This is a much worse position because it's not on the high ground. You'll notice that the enemy here kind of flows like a liquid. In fact, that's very much exactly what the Creeper is. It's a liquid. And as a result of that, if you want to be safe, you generally want to be on high ground. Moving down 2 levels, not a great idea. But hey, that was the tutorial level, so I guess it didn't really matter too much there. And we get the lovely graph here so that we can see that we were collecting a bunch of energy. We used a bunch of energy in various places. At one point, we were even using more than we were collecting, because we had some extra sitting around. And the Creeper suddenly appeared and went, ah! And covered everything. We were killing a decent amount of it, but not as much as it looks like here. This kind of makes it look like we were killing as much of it as was being created here. We really weren't. We were losing out there. That was a doomed situation. What's actually happening here is these are all scaled to their highest value. Except apparently for energy used. I think that one's on the same scale as energy collected for some reason. Anyway. Oh yes, I can submit my score. Meh. I'm not much for online leaderboards. I don't really understand why you would care. In any case, we can now move on to the first real level. At least I think it's the first real level. Rift complete. We have rifted to the next world. Now that our journey has begun, our goal is to leave each world as quickly as possible. On each world we visit... I'm going to pause this here because apparently it didn't pause it while we're reading the lore, which seems like a stupid idea. Our goal is to leave each world as quickly as possible. On each world we visit, the Creeper will be hunting us. It has destroyed thousands of worlds and won't hesitate to destroy the few of us that remain. Commander, I have some bad news. Our first rift jump has erased our databanks. We've lost valuable nanoschematics. As we visit new world, we'll have to collect whatever technology we can find to rebuild our databanks. Hopefully they'll figure out this glitch that erases our databanks, because otherwise this is going to be really rough. Scanners indicate that there's some small good news to report. There's a nanoschematic for building relays at the bottom of your console. At the bottom of my console. Why are you describing that as the bottom of my console? It's the south end of the map. It's not... My console would be the thing down here, I would think. Whatever. We need to collect this tech and then activate the rift totems. I recommend building 1 or 2 blasters and using them to push back the Creeper that's headed this way from the south. Move your blasters forward a small jump at a time. Each time you jump, build collectors behind the blasters to expand your network. Once you get the nanoschematic connected to our network, we will be able to build relays again. And once we can build relays, you can quickly build a network to connect and charge the totems. Now get busy, Commander. Our lives depend on you. Oh, I guess it didn't actually place those guys until we clicked out of there, but it was counting. Were we accumulating energy while I was going? Could I have been sitting there building stuff in the background behind the lore? That would have been hilariously cheesy, but okay, whatever. So yes, we have our 3 rift totems. The ones in the last map were all next to each other because that was tutorial land. This is starting to be slightly less tutorial land, so it actually put them in slightly different places on the map. We also have, apparently this version I can't actually click on that, which is kind of sad. I would like to be able to click on those because they would otherwise, if you can click on them, they will give you some information about how much they generate and things like that, which is useful stuff to know. But apparently that does not exist this far back in history. So, we have a set of collectors, which also look kind of strange to me because I'm so used to playing the lighter games where they're just basically green circles. But, let's see, how do we want to build out here? We've got a nice small energy field to start with, which is pretty good. As it was mentioning, they produce energy proportional to the green area, so the more of the green area that you get, and yes, the area underneath these blocks counts, the better it goes. So we have something like 2 to 2.5 times our starting energy, which is just what would be underneath the city itself. That will not last. They will start giving us ones where we just have to build from scratch eventually. So, here's another question. Does the click-drag function exist yet? It seems not. If I click and drag, it just places one at the end of the drag. No, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to destroy, not... yeah. Cancel. It's kind of an ambiguous term sometimes. Okay. That is really annoying positioning, because I can't actually place that at optimal distance. Okay. So I guess I shall go over this way and down that way. Generally speaking, your first stuff you want to be built in a line. It can be a crooked line, but you don't want it to have any connections that stop it from building one at a time. Although in this case we actually do have a full bank of energy here, so we can be building, I think, 4 at a time right now. No, 2 at a time, because these are cost 10. Okay, so I can place a second one up here at the same time. Hey there, Longweird. How you doing? God, it's been ages since Precipice. But yes, I do remember your name. You have the fortune of being somebody with a fairly distinctive name, so it makes it easy to remember you. Let's see. I imagine we're still basically kind of halfway in tutorial land here, so this isn't going to be too bad. I'm going to go ahead and unpause it here. I think this is P is the hotkey. Yes, I am correct on that. So you notice our energy stockpiles here are going down at the moment. You'll also notice that there's not a lot of creeper being made. It pulsed once. It now just pulsed a second time. We really don't have a lot of stuff to worry about yet. I'm gonna try and balance this out and build about as fast as my network can take it, because getting access to more energy is kind of a good idea, as you might imagine. It really annoys me when I can't build things in perfect configuration. It shouldn't. It really, really shouldn't annoy me, but it does. Okay, we're getting to the point here where we're threatening to cap out our energy gen. I'm not going to be pausing this much later on, but the first few things that you're placing, timing can actually be kind of important on. As I said, this is still kind of halfway into tutorial land, so probably not yet, but better to be a little bit safe. So, like, one there, and one there. So we're collecting 2.6, so we can be building basically 2.5 things at once now. Okay. So, now I think we want to start building some blasters. 2.8, so we can afford to be building all three of these. We've got enough stockpiled for that. I think it only told me to build 2, but hey, more guns is not a bad thing, right? Kind of was meaning to build that as a collector, but okay, sure, whatever. But I am going to start building some collectors off in like this area. It's not a terrible thing if you run down to 0 energy and you're not doing things in perfect speed. It's obviously not fully efficient, but it continues to work. It's not like your entire system suddenly shuts down. This is not extra utils 2 and grid power where it just says, nah, screw it, nothing. You went into insurance, huh? Yeah, it's actually a pretty cool resource management game. Your main resource is terrain, and you're fighting to take that back from the enemy. Which actually is pretty accurate for most real wars, that you're fighting to get terrain. Whether it's terrain for food, or terrain that has some special significance, or terrain that's well-positioned for military matters. This is the game music that you're listening to here. The game has... it has reasonable music. Yeah, we are just dominating these starter nodes here. These things are so weak that basically one blaster is keeping it in check. Which, once you get it down to the point where it's just the node itself, so like right here as I move this into range, then any node can be held down by a single blaster. That's just the nature of this. It's called capping a node. But the fact that one blaster was enough to push the creeper all the way back to the node, that's kind of weird. That's definitely something you don't see in normal gameplay. Yes, I have relay tech. I can build relays. There's absolutely no reason to build relays this map, because I can just... well, I think I can get in here. Yeah, I can get in there with collectors. And let's see, go up this way. I should probably start thinking about getting some defenses over here, because it's piling up enough that it could start overflowing the lip there. So let's move you down here, and you here. No, I do not want to move you. That would be a bad mistake. Wouldn't be too terrible in this particular situation, just because it's so weak that it barely produces any creeper at all, but in general, it's a really bad idea. So you do notice here that the further away we get from there, the harder it is to resupply things. So like, this blaster is kind of struggling because it's just got so many packets queued up inbound. This one obviously has run out of power because it doesn't have a connection of nodes that are already built. That is one thing that relays can be useful for, is because they go a longer distance for each connection, you can end up getting a shorter pathway by kind of taking a shortcut through the base. But again, in this particular instance, they're really, really not needed. Like, I really don't even need to build as many collectors as I'm building here, but I'm kind of a power hog in this series, so I tend to build way more collectors than I need. So yes, as I said, that is a bad idea. You would think that I would not have just immediately gone and done it the second time after almost doing it and saying it was a bad idea, but yeah, well, I can't say I'm always the most clever person. Just because I work for Google doesn't mean I'm smart. I spend entirely too much time in these games just hunting around for the perfect place to place things. It's not at all efficient, but in terms of my time, that is. But it pleases me to have things in the exact right place. So now I will go ahead and jump over here and up there. And so I could go ahead and connect up to all 3 rift totems, and that's what the game is trying to tell me I should do. But I'm going to do something else that's not really the most efficient way to do things, but again, it pleases me, which is I'm going to go for a domination victory here. I'm going to try to just suppress all of the nodes. On this early map, it's going to be super easy to do that. On later maps, it can be hard to impossible, depending on the exact map that you're on. I'm probably not going to be doing that all the time, but when it's in easy reach of victory, I'll probably do it just because I enjoy it. And in this particular case, it's also going to allow me to make a kind of amusing point about this game when I get that far. So if you were here for the lore a few minutes ago, you would have heard that basically the story of this game is the creeper falls from heaven and we're screwed. It attacks us, we can't seem to do much of anything about it, and it kills out planet after planet, and this is the last, bastion of humanity, this little city here with, I don't know, they say like 200,000 people or something in it. It's a fairly large object, obviously, if it's got that many people in it, but it's still, this is all that's left, or at least all that we know is left. Which is kind of grim when you consider that this was a spacefaring humanity that had lots and lots of planets. So now I'm doing basically exactly what the game was telling me to earlier. I'm leapfrogging myself into danger. It probably didn't mean to leapfrog quite this fast, because you really ought to finish establishing the connection first. But again, this creeper is so weak, it really doesn't matter. This kind of makes you wonder about, just how good the creeper is. Because, yeah, it says it's unthinking and all of that, but, really, would you be sending the weakest of the creeper towards the last little bit of humanity that you're trying to wipe out? I would think that you, as creeper, would be kind of sending a bit more oomph to, finish it off. But hey, that's just me. What do I know? Okay, so this should cap it off and make this node stop being useful, and the rest of the creeper will just decay out. You're expecting that they have crazy cool special types of creeper. Why not send them other creeper? Yeah, you would think that would make sense, wouldn't you? Also, you kind of have to wonder, if this stuff is supposedly completely unintelligent, how is it homing in on all of the worlds that humanity is on, and yet doesn't seem to have much presence elsewhere? That kind of doesn't seem to add up, does it? Yes, so the last of the generators there has been fixed up. And once these guys land, that'll be the last of that. I'll go ahead and start building all the way over to the totem here. So the point here that I was going to make about this game that's kind of interesting is, notice the state that the map is in at this point. We've got 2 creeper spawners here. Each of them is being held off by a single, fairly boring gun. these are the starter guns. This will suffice for any creeper spawner in the game. Why are we running? If it's this easy to manage a creeper infestation, why don't we just have some cap guns sitting around covering the entire surface of wherever we are? And, you know, who cares about the fact that the creeper is also there? And we can have like 3 of them around each one just for extra redundancy. And it doesn't really make sense at this point. As we get a bit later in the saga, it kind of starts to make more sense that running would be a good option. But I'll let the game explain that as it gets better. And we leave, and the network powers down, and presumably the creeper overwhelms everything and just claims the planet for the blue. Taurus has been complete. Yes, creeper coverage. Bonk, bonk. Who needs creeper? Yeah. I don't get much value out of the graphs. I think they're kind of amusing to look at, but, you know, I don't see how useful they are. But maybe that's just because I'm kind of a mediocre player. Okay. The old man gave us the coordinates for each of these worlds. That's not suspicious. The gods only know where he got them. From the creeper? But he's the only reason we've survived long enough to build Odin City in the first place, so we owe him the benefit of the doubt. Plus, whatever other choice do we have anyway? Not run and just cap off the creepers like I was saying a minute ago? Commander, there's a nano-schematic for energy storage on this world. This is extremely convenient because we just lost that 2 jumps ago. Build out a base and collect this as a first order of business. Energy storage will allow you to construct storage pods that will buffer the energy our collectors produce. This is not as useful as you would think because you're probably going to want to be spending all of it as much as you can, but it can be useful when you need to build or arm lots of things all at the same time. Yeah, that part I do agree with. Also, Commander, be mindful of your energy consumption at all times. Watch the red starvation indicator in the lower right of your command bar. That would be the deficit thing here. If this is very large, you are building too many things or powering too many things at once. Either fall back or build more energy collectors. You must construct additional pylons. So, we have a nice mustache here. And looks like the creeper is all spawning at the top edge of the screen, which is convenient. We've also got a wall along the entire way, so we've got a fair bit of time before the creeper expands down into this bottom area. The totems are all kind of in the center here, so if we can defend this pathway, we've basically got the map secured. Okay. Fairly straightforward. We also have some pre-built collectors here, so we should really connect to those as our first priority. That's the first thing that we want to do, is we want to get the existing collector network online. We also have a full 20 energy at the start, so we can build off in the other direction as well. And I think we can build a 3rd one at a time, although it won't be immediately. So right now we're earning 0.8 energy. Gonna get a little bit of deficit there, or actually no, it didn't even register as deficit. Amazing. You were bored and then you read Creeper World. Yeah, it's actually a really good series of games. The story has not impressed me thus far in the series, but I know it's really good later, so I assume they just got better over time. Or maybe it actually gets better in this game as well. I don't know. As I said earlier, I've not actually played the first of the Creeper World games in its entirety before. I've only ever played the demo of it. I love this series, but you've never owned any? Yeah, that's basically the position I was in until Creeper 3 came out on Steam. At that point, I picked that up. And I've also picked up Particle Fleet Emergence, which is sort of a Creeper World game. It's by the same studio, but yeah, it's a little odd. I don't mind it. It's just it doesn't exactly fit the standard mold of the Creeper World series, and lore-wise, it's a bit distinct too. Although they're more related lore-wise than it seems at first. You're not hearing any audio though. Well, there's not much coming from the game right now. The game is being pretty quiet. If you can't hear me, that's a different problem, but you're not going to be able to answer the question if you can't hear me. Yeah. Yeah, as I said, the game is being really quiet right now. I can boost it a little bit, but once we start firing the guns, I think it gets a little bit obnoxious if I have the volume up further. Ah, no. You just couldn't hear it all because audio issues. Yeah, that happens. Okay. So we're getting to the point where we're pretty much good on energy for this map. And what we really need to start thinking about doing is building some guns. So, you missed responses to your comments. Love this series, but never owned any, only played the Congregate ones. Yeah, so what I said before is that's basically the situation that I was in before Creeper World 3 came out on Steam, that I just hadn't bought any of them, partly due to financial reasons, because I wasn't employed at that time, and partly because there just wasn't really a convenient way to purchase them as far as I was concerned. I didn't own Creeper World 1 and 2 until, like, less than an hour ago. So, yeah. I sympathize with you for having played them but not known them. Health soup is such a practical solution to food. Okay. So, let's build out to the sides here. And then you can land there. I don't mind that you're landing in the creeper, that's fine. You can land there. At that point, I think we will pretty much have the creeper under control. That's going to be good. Yeah, so the creeper is being held back here. I could do a domination on this one, but it's just going to take more time than I care about. So I'm just going to connect up to all of the totems and call it good. You're really sort of encouraged by the game not to hold down all of the things unless you need to, but yeah, I enjoy it sometimes. Yeah, unique take on tower defense. That's a fair way to look at it. Somebody also mentioned earlier that they're an interesting resource management game, which is also true. What are the chances the creeper overflows here? Not very high. So eventually it would climb over this wall. Trying to tell, does it actually show me how much creeper has built up? Yeah, so if you notice as I'm moving my cursor over here, there's this little elevation meter down here, and if you watch very closely, some of the time that I'm not moving over different terrain altitudes and getting the big gray things, you can see just a little bit of blue on the bottom above the second gray thing. And so if we come over here, we can see the creeper is not even close to going up a second level there, and it would need to go up exactly one level. So it was nowhere near overflowing. Yeah, 3 minutes 52 seconds. That was again another fairly quick, easy map. So we have gone from Hope, Taurus, Finch, Orion is the next. And then there's Satus, and then we've got no idea where we're going from there, guys. That's probably not great. So, excellent job on that last world, Commander. You outperformed any of the simulator's predictions. You seem to have a natural talent for command. In other words, you're not completely inept. We were kind of afraid after the last captain tried to turn the ship upside down and fly it into the ground, so you've exceeded our expectations. We might just have a chance with you at the helm. Scanners show a high-priority target at the lower right of the map. There's a nano-schematic for a major weapon system there. We still haven't really figured out why we lost all of our schematics there. Best guess is it was the fact that we put the previous captain in charge of the computer system. We've tossed him out in airlock now, it's fine. The Orions on board say that their military had been working on an anti-creeper mortar system. This weapon can fire over walls and at higher terrain elevations. As you may have noticed, blasters require a line of sight to their target, so they can't fire at elevations higher than themselves or through walls. But with this mortar tech, we can overcome this limitation. We finally realized that, hey, if you fire a projectile, you may be able to fire it over something. It's amazing. The Orions indicate that the mortar is mostly useful against deep pools of creeper. The shells it fires will destroy any depth of creeper down to the terrain. In fact, the mortar will always auto-target the thickest creeper in range. Our military analysts recommend that the blasters be used against the thin creeper that spreads everywhere, and that mortars should be positioned to fire at deep pools of creeper. Commander, if you find that a mortar is drawing too much energy and is only firing at thin creeper, you can select the mortar and click the deactivate button in the lower left of the command bar. This will turn off the mortar until you need it again. Yeah, I will at times just go off script and read things that aren't actually written in there because it amuses me to do so. Although, one of the games I'm going to have to play at some point is going to be Startopia, and in that case, I'm not going to need to. The game's going to do it all by itself. Okay, so, again, we've kind of been given an extra booster thing here, so I assume they're still treating us as a noob. So, we can build our way down here. We've currently got 1.6 energy per second, so we can actually build basically two things at once. I think by the time that we actually run out of our starter energy from building one thing at a time, from building two things at once, we will have enough terrain that we can actually support two things at once. So I am going to go ahead and say here to here to here, up to there. Yeah, that's not where I wanted that. This is one thing that I do not like about this game, and I really don't think they've ever fixed it, is if you accidentally misclick by one tile, it's kind of annoying to move it, because you have to destroy the ghost that you just built and then replace it. Simple looking game, but seems in-depth, much like AI Wars. Yeah, it very much is. One of the really cool things about this game is it basically starts off with the concept of the enemy that you're fighting against is a liquid. And it runs with that. The series as a whole runs with it even further than this one does, but even with just the simple mechanics that this one has of the creeper spawners, the terrain elevation, trying to get to specific locations, and a couple other small things, it really ends up being pretty complex. Yeah, the AI Wars really isn't simple. No, you're right on that one. I'm just going to go ahead and set up a network that I want to build, because I think we will be able to build all of this pretty straightforward. So the creeper is flooding out a little bit, but not very much. We've also got like 3 tiles of elevation here before we need to worry about it coming at us. We are in really good shape. Yeah, we are at energy cap, so I'm going to go ahead and be a bit more aggressive with my building. Well, it seems I overwhelmed it for a little bit there. But that's okay, we've got lots of time. The timing on placing these efficiently really only matters when you actually have to worry about how soon the creeper is going to get to you. In this particular situation, I could have just laid out the entire network and let it very greedily fill out the entire thing, but that doesn't feel right when you're used to actually having to care about such things. So, build out here and here. Okay. So that's going to get us our full energy network. And then really all that we need to do on this map to keep the creeper in check is drop a mortar here where it can fire into that deep pool, and a mortar here when it can fire into that deep pool. And that's actually going to be enough to keep the creeper from ever doing anything threatening. Actually, I suppose we might need one more thing, which is because there's this solid land over to here, we might need a single blaster here. At that point, that's enough to just manage the creeper for this map. So let's see, we have totems here, here, and there. Those are going to be really easy to do. Okay. Oh, did I not actually have that mortar connected up to anything yet? Oops. That would have been embarrassing. Commander, the enemy is overwhelming us. What happened to those defenses we were building? I forgot to plug them in. Forget what I said earlier about you maybe giving us a chance. You're just as dumb as the last guy. Boom. Boom. Yes, our first mortar is online and actually firing in there. Just start building a tendril up this way. You'll notice this doesn't even seem to be advancing on that collector. I think that collector is just going to be just fine. I don't think the creeper's actually going to expand to it, because it's all flowing down into the valley here where it's getting hit by our mortars. And this one hasn't even come online yet. Now it just finally came online for the first time, I think. Yeah, because you can see the levels here are dropping pretty rapidly, so this mortar must have just started firing. You probably don't need to add anybody in this chat. No, it's pretty quiet for the moment. Yes, it might get lost in the chat. You might accidentally not see what the other person in chat wrote. Although, to be fair, there was a third person here earlier who might still be around, so Longweird might speak up and make it harder to tell whether the only other person around is actually still the only other person around. Yep, see, there he is. At least I think he. I can't honestly swear to that now that I think about it, so I probably shouldn't assume. I try to be good about genders. Let me know if I screw up. Somebody else is wild lurking. For a moment I started to call that frag lurk, and I went, I'm not sure about that. I should hover over it. What is the top red bar? Power levels? Oh, so these things, if I move one out here into the open, we can see it clearly. So they've got the top bar, which is ammo, and the bottom bar is health. So if I take this guy and I say, here, go stand over here in a suicide mission against the creeper. Honestly, this early on this might work, which is going to be hilarious if it does. And now I'm very tempted to build like 8 of them and try seriously instead of just sending a single one on a suicide mission. So let's see, if I pause, will the fog dissipate? Enable mist effects, maybe? Oh, that one requires a game restart. That's kind of annoying, actually. Whatever. Okay, it blew up in the middle of the mist without us actually being able to see it. That's unfortunate. But if it's actually sitting in the creeper, its health will go down over time. If it's firing at the creeper like the one up here, its ammo goes down with every shot. Yeah, you'll notice the creeper fell back quite a bit after landing a single cannon there. Let's go ahead and try this. It'll be amusing, if nothing else. So let's see. I want to start them all on an even footing. So let's say about here, 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 here. You'll notice I'm not caring at all about how much energy this is spending, because really I don't need to. I'm actually getting a deficit now for the first time, so I'm not sending things out at the full rate that I could be, but I've got so much defense out there, it's not a big deal. Everything's slowed way down because it's trying to distribute the 7.2, I think that is, packets per second that it's getting across a lot more than 7 things at once. I try to remember that there are keyboard shortcuts in this game, but I seem to forget them a lot of the time. So, as soon as those guys all get fully charged, we'll fly them over and see if we can just blitzkrieg this. I think this is actually going to work, just because we've got so much firepower traveling over here at this point. So I'll give those guys a moment's head start, just because they were a step further back. And then I will move the rest of these into position. Yeah, I'm really expecting this to just completely annoy me. That's a lot of soup. An entire quart of it, jeez. So it would be good if I had a connection over there, but so you notice how these things don't have a green bar. I don't actually remember. In this version, Odin City might also have a single hit point. But the collectors, if they touch Creeper, they immediately go boom. You also can't build anything in Creeper because until the first packet hits there, it has no health. And I think until the last packet, until it's actually built, it doesn't have a health bar, even for military stuff. But let's see what happens when these guys alpha strike in. Yeah, that... that was ridiculous, but it totally worked. And they've got enough power already that they're going to be able to hold it off long enough that we can just build the entire network. So, Alpha Strike approach. Totally viable this early on in the campaign. Here's one of the kind of amusing things. So, notice how the packet here is traveling from collector to weapon back to collector. You cannot go from weapon to weapon, but you can do this sort of thing. You can use the weapons as a temporary bridge in between collectors. Which is something that's not obvious, because you wouldn't necessarily think, oh hey, packets can flow into the weapon, maybe they can flow out as well, but it totally works. Yeah, once we get out of tutorial land here, this is going to get a lot harder. This strategy is not going to work. But you'll notice these guys, they're still mostly full on ammo. This isn't even like it's a close thing that I need to really hurry to get the network built out there. No, they're doing fine. This is not a big deal. Yeah, I haven't bothered with storage so far because there really hasn't been any need for it yet. Later on, storage can be useful, but I still kind of think it's not the most useful thing. If I want to do something with a lot of extra energy, what I will usually build is reactors, which we haven't unlocked yet. Reactors are kind of the compact version of collectors. They only care about the tile that they're on. They can also completely overlap with collectors, so they're not really touching the tile itself at all. They just sit there and produce energy. They're nice. Yeah, storage is good if you've got higher temporary demands, but really, we haven't seen anything strain us at all yet, so it's not a big deal. Not relays, reactors. That's what I was talking about. Reactors are energy producers. Relays are there for doing long-distance connections. We have those. Reactors are the compact power generation, and we don't have them yet. You'll notice there that when we got into the little bit of a dead spot in the network there, we lost power to everything, but as long as the ship was still over the network, it actually remained connected. This is a really useful thing to know about. Although you don't generally end up moving the city that often, as I recall. Oh, yeah. That is exactly what relays are. They're longer range connection, but no power gen. Yeah, so Orion is kind of the control node for everything. It's where all of the power gets sent to instantly, and the power packets that it sends are what keep things online. It does seem a little bit weird, actually, that the collectors don't have to send a power packet back to Orion, but that's just not how it works. Apparently they magically transport their power back to Orion, which has the only magic power receiver that you have. Except they do need a connection. Yeah, don't try to think about it too much, I think. Probably a bad plan. Yes, I should not question things, should I? That's interesting. This time, all the ones before, it's had the timer while we were in this. This one, all of a sudden, it doesn't. That's weird. It's like they suddenly remembered this far into the game, oh yeah, we should actually enable lore modes so that you're not taking up your mission timer. That would be smart. Resource sustainability is already pre-thought. Okay. Commander, there is information I've been withholding since we left Hope because I am a scumbag. When the databanks were lost, we also lost the coordinates for most of the worlds the old man left us. Okay, so maybe it's not so much that I'm a scumbag as it is that I was trying to not make you lose hope as we left Hope. We can go anywhere, yet we have no knowledge of where to go. All worlds are lost and covered in creeper, but the path given to us by the old man must have had some reason and meaning. But now we may never know. I know I should not have withheld this information, but I just didn't know how to tell you. And Commander, this world is the last world we have coordinates for. After this, we're fucked. Even if you activate the rift totems, I don't know what coordinates to enter. At best, I will be able to pick a random world. Commander, there appears to be some sort of artifact in the middle of the map. It's really lucky that this happened at the exact time that we ran out of coordinates. We aren't sure. Scanners can't determine what it is. It's probably nothing. I'm sure it doesn't, like, hold the coordinates that we need or anything like that. But, you know, you should check it out anyway. Ruin. Unknown artifact. So, looks like we're expected to very quickly build out to the existing collector networks there. We've got 1.1 energy, so we probably don't want to do more than 2 or 3 things at the very start. Yeah, Chasm's right next to the city. That's not a terrible thing. Generally speaking, kind of the worst situation for your city to be in is in a valley. Slightly better than in a valley is on flat land. If you have any kind of increase in elevation, that helps a lot in city defense. Even if it's just a temporary ravine like this one is. Yeah, I could fly the city to a different area, but that's probably not a good idea, because the entire time that it's flying over here, it's not actually collecting anything. We're not making progress. Wait, mission score? It's not showing us a timer. That's... Oh, okay, whatever. I will pretend this makes sense. I am good at pretending things like that. Okay, so... yeah, the chasm here is actually a little bit too large to bridge with collectors that way. If we do that, we can get over it with collectors. Relays are actually cost 20, so they're twice as expensive as collectors. If you can build an extra collector and make the jump without a relay, you're making significant profit, effectively. This might be a map with spores. I don't think so. No, because we don't even have the anti-spore tech yet. They would very much have it nearby and want us to get it immediately if we were going to be up against spores here. And also, I think, yeah, none of these have a timer over them. The other way that you can tell when you're at a spore world is these things, one of them will have a timer on them counting down to the next spore. Okay. I can use that one right now. Soup is the legitist. Soup is only the legitist if it's numbered 631. Oh wait, that's Shoop, not Soup. Never mind. For those of you who aren't aware, I was one of the attendees at Zeldathon most recently, and one of their standard memes is that there's a special sound when you donate $6.31, because one of the other attendees goes by the username Shoop631. So it's this great sound clip of somebody going, Shoop631! It's silly, but then a lot about Zeldathon is silly. They like it that way. I think this one I'm probably going to want to pause, but I can't pause, so I'll just destroy it rather than let it start. Yeah, that's interesting that they don't have the pause on things that aren't done building yet. I forget what it's called, like deactivate, I think. Okay. You were in the Stream Alerts channel, and because I'm now in the Zeldathon team, it alerted when I went live. Yep. I try to be an amusing person, so hopefully you won't regret being here, if I can actually talk, which is occasionally questionable. Pretty soon. I'm kind of thinking I can just about ninja those. Although I do need to get up to this as well pretty quickly. But fortunately, I seem to have the power to be doing all of that at once, so not a big deal. Oh yeah, I've got lots of power right now. I should be building more. A second pathway over. Yeah, the wall will die over time here. That is the peril of relying on it there. So I've got basically 2 of the 3 totems powered now. I'm on my way to having access to that. I really should build some weapons here. Ah, yes. So this time it actually paused the counter! What? Shh. Okay. So, our scientists have analyzed the artifact. The results were at first puzzling. This artifact should definitely not be on this world. It contains writing not used by the Satyusians. The analysis computers have concluded that the artifact encodes the coordinates of 5 known worlds. What's special about these worlds, the artifact doesn't say. But I'm guessing it's the fact that they don't have any creeper on them, because otherwise it wouldn't be much of a game after this point. Oh, sorry, did I break the 4th wall? Sorry about that, Commander. Pick the first of the coordinates and program it into the totems? We don't have anywhere else to go. Might as well find out what's special about those worlds. Oh, one more thing, Commander. The dating computer has determined that the artifact is 11,261 years old. Sorry, I'm a bit dyslexic, Commander. Whatever it is, these coordinates were carved into it in the year 2010. This may coincidentally have been the release date of an obscure game called Creeper World that was oddly prescient about the advent of the creeper. So, yeah. The area of green by a collector is how much power gen? Yeah, that's the area in which it is generating power, correct. It does have coordinates. Who could have guessed? Certainly not me! Yeah. We do need all 3 of the totems active to beat it. We don't need all 3 of them immediately, but when we do, that is end of the level. Creeper is basically a nanobot plague. You're not wrong. It is... well, it's blue goo. It's not really gray goo. Yeah, complicated... I've played through Creeper World 3, so I know the ending of the story. It's interesting. Let's say that some of the things that were said about the Creeper at the very start were not as true as they sound. That's as much as I'll say on the subject right now. Some of the things that we were told at the very start about the Creeper aren't completely accurate. Yeah, the blaster is so far away from the city that it's having trouble keeping up. What I can do about that is say, let's move the city a bit closer. So you'll notice while it's in flight, it's still managing to supply energy to things. And it kind of dynamically gets new connections. And then if I put it up, say, here... And the reason I did that was if I'd sent it directly, it would have gotten into a no zone there, not actually been able to supply power. So at this point, it is much closer, and the weapons are going, hey, cool, I can get power quickly. Yay! Oh, Creeper World 4 is in development. That's cool. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised that it's going to take a while. Development always takes a while. It's just kind of the nature of programming. Okay, so that gets the connection there, and now we can start powering the last of the 3 totems. Hey guys, where should we put the portal? How about right on top of the deepest of the creeper? Brilliant! Yeah, the guns keep firing because they haven't realized that they no longer have access to power. That is the one thing that will work out of range of the city, is guns that have ammo will still fire. Hey, look, we got more coordinates. Wow. Fascinating. The coordinates we got from the artifact on Cetus have taken us to the Step Pyramid ruins on a world called Ara. This world was one of the first worlds destroyed by the Creeper. How some numbers written on a tablet in the year 2010 could come to represent this exact location must be some sort of crazy cosmic coincidence. Perhaps. Ops, is there anything of tangible value on this world? Scanners calibrating. Yes, there appears to be a nanoschematic for improving the efficiency of our network. Commander, this tech will allow the construction of nodes that provide a global speed-up to all packets. This could be very useful for supporting larger networks and keeping blasters and mortars well supplied over long distance. Commander, it's really frickin' weird that this is out here because, like we said, this area was one of the first things destroyed. They shouldn't have figured out any of the stuff that we've been using to fight the Creeper. We don't get it. Also, Commander, remember that blasters can't fire at elevations higher than themselves. Since you'll have to fight up the steps of a great pyramid, you'll have to be aggressive with your blasters and move them into the Creeper. The blasters can take some moderate exposure to the Creeper. Just make sure you have the blasters supplied with the nearby network node when you make a move to take higher ground. Yes, increased speed. That is actually one of the things that I think is useful to build, is the packet speed upgrade. Later games will actually have an explicit technology system, but for this one, we just build things. It works. So the first thing I want to do is just kind of build out a couple of energy fins here to generate some power. You'll notice we've actually finally exited the deepest tutorial section. We are expected to build everything now. So that's good. The wall here is still the game kind of being kind to us, though. It's saying, we're going to protect you from this for a bit. You'll notice I'm kind of trying to ride very hard the edge of my energy usability here, because I want to build as much of this as I can as quickly as possible. In some ways it is actually kind of to my advantage to delay here, because I don't have a way to destroy that wall, and the Creeper does. So I could just let it eat away at the wall and free up some more building space for me. Not the best idea, I would say, but it is something you could do. We'll say nothing on the motivations of the Creeper. Spoilers. I will always hear spoilers in River Song's voice. Oh, apparently that can't shoot over the walls either. That I did not know. Later games, I'm pretty sure it can. Interesting. Okay, I'll continue building out my network here, because having a network is useful. Hi, I would like to add you to my professional network on Creeper World. Or my energy network, at least. Yeah, they might be able to do it if they were up a level, but I don't know for sure. Does it tell us? Nah, it doesn't tell us what their height is. If I hover over, the elevation meter doesn't change. So, hard telling. Up there to gather some more energy. And I probably want mortars. It's not a big deal because it's not very deep creeper, but I still like mortars. Deficit. The main thing that you'll notice from Deficit at this point is it's kind of keeping my guns from refilling completely, but that's not actually a big deal. I'm feeling a little bit nervous, so I'm going to go ahead and drop a couple of blasters there. Just because this wall was getting kind of weak. Sadly, we still don't have access to reactors, which I would really kind of like to be building reactors at this point in the mission. But I shall have to deal with that, I suppose. Yeah, mortars can be very power efficient if they're wiping out a deep pool. If they're wiping out just a thin layer of creeper, they're not so good, but when it's deep, they're good. So I'm going to actually disarm these mortars because they've already done a major number on the creeper and it's now very thin. Blasters out into the world. Because the blasters, as you may recall, are very efficient on thin creeper. They're, in fact, basically only ever worth using on thin creeper. They'll hold back thick creeper a bit if you're desperate, but really for thick creeper you want mortars. Quite aggressive building that up there, and then I will send a couple of those. So here you can maybe see under the smoke there that these guys have lost a little bit of health because they landed in creeper. It happens. They may in fact be continuing to lose health because it's kind of dripping down onto them from above. That's not a huge deal because I can just kind of swap them out. And the ones that I pull back will sit there and regain health because they're no longer being exposed to the creeper and they are being given energy. Yes, I have packet speed tech. It's okay. They regain health a lot slower than later on. Okay, I'm going to pull those back for a bit then. Yeah, that's interesting. Are they actually regaining health, or do they maybe not regain health in this version? That would be interesting. They might not. Oh, that's okay. I see a conservative path here that I can take. Because if I just go over here, there's not actually any creeper right there. So, okay. side there. Need to build a couple more blasters. What does the mission timer do? Score. That's really all it is. The only reason that I care about pausing is because generally if your mission timer is running, these guys are producing creep, and if you let the creep get ahead of you, it's bad. It's really bad. So, as was mentioned earlier, it's not power supply, it's power collection area. So, it's not actually collecting power from here, but it can link up there. The links are fine, it's just not generating power there. And also, this cannot go downhill either, as you'll see when this one finishes. I tried to build that in some place where it's not actually building. Oops. That was silly of me. Yeah, so basically the mortars I fired like 4 shots with, and I've had no use for since, and I don't think I'm going to until the end of the map. How do I want to handle this? I guess I just kind of want to keep building more blasters. So let's queue up a few more. This will again increase our deficit, but because we've got enough buffer on each of our weapons, it's not a big deal. Yeah, I could use the speed tech, but building a speed tech thing costs me 35 energy. I care more about using the energy for fighting the creeper than for getting extra speed. Is it always necessary to play aggressive? Sort of. I mean, you kind of have to push into the creeper or you can't get to the totems. If you don't get to the totems, you lose. But you'll notice right now, the amount of creeper on the field is actually fairly stable here. So I could just walk away from this for like 20 minutes and it wouldn't be a big deal. But in order to actually advance further, I do kind of need to push up into where the creeper is. So, a little bit of yes, a little bit of no. You can slow play it somewhat, but you are, in the end, forced to go in and fight the creeper. The later games, Creeper World 3, you get a terraforming ability, which allows you to do a really great slow roll. You can just basically push up the land and extend out on a shelf. So that point, slow roll is completely feasible. Here, you're kind of bound by what the terrain is. There's a nice big area. Yeah, that seems to be fairly safe. Over on that side, however, is not very safe. Yeah, you'll notice with the guys that are right out here at the end, they're a little bit low on that. I think that's a large part due to the deficit rather than the speed of the packets. Packet speed would help a little bit with that, but eh. Yeah, we're getting a little bit of build-up over here, but again, if you look at the elevation meter, this stuff right here looks to be the densest, and it's not even halfway full. So, not a big deal. I should probably do is add another guy on this level to kind of help push this area back. Okay, that gets me a second totem matched up. And then I can actually kind of jump down here and I guess drop these guys here. Oh yeah, that guy is actually managing to hold down the spawner. I wasn't expecting that to be possible. Because they can't shoot up, so normally they wouldn't be able to hold down this spawner, but apparently it works. Can I hold down this one too, or is it just a quirk of that one? No, I can hold down this one. Okay. Well, that made this a lot easier. Yeah, I really was not expecting to be able to keep those guys in check when they're up a level. Yeah, the liquid instantly falls, so yeah. Basically what happens is having Creeper around a Creeper spawner makes it more powerful. So when it's just sitting there by itself, it doesn't work very well. Okay. Map solved. Just have to sit back and wait. You may have noticed when I opened the options earlier, there is a double speed option. I'm not going to bother yet. For some of the later stages, if we get into a lot of waiting, I'll probably think about turning it on. It's not needed yet. Yes, this world can now be repopulated, you would think. As I said, it turns out that there are okay reasons that would not be a great idea that we discover later on, but short term it really doesn't seem like it would be a problem. Into Corvus. So, Ops says, the once lush ocean world of Corvus. I always dreamed of visiting this beautiful world. Now it's a dry, barren rock. The Creeper knows no end to its destructive power. Commander, I show something on scanners. My gods, there are survival pods on this world. They must have recently landed after staying in orbit as long as possible. Notify the medical center to expect casualties. We're going to save these people. Too many have been taken by the Creeper already. The whole city is on alert status, and medical are mobilizing. Build out a network to connect to the pods so we can rescue the survivors. Sensors show that the Creeper is massed and is rushing this way in a wave like we've never encountered. It must sense the survivors somehow. You need to act quickly and aggressively to save the survivors. Go save them, Commander! I'm sort of thinking that the wave like we have never encountered is telling us that it's actually starting to step up the difficulty and make this somewhat challenging, which I would appreciate now. Although it did give me a couple of collectors, so that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, offhand it looks like the thing to do here is build out network and see what happens. Yeah, so you notice these guys have built up a lot of Creeper. Like, if I hover over the Creeper spawner itself, it is like 4 depths thick, and then a bit. But even out here, it's starting to get into appreciable thickness already, and we're 8 seconds in. This is actually going to start being a bit challenging, I think. Which is good. I would have been rather disappointed if it had been cakewalk the entire way through. I wonder just how fast it's expanding. I'm wondering if being down on the lower level is actually going to be viable at all. Maybe. It is expanding pretty quick, though. Yeah, that's the other option here, is I could go with relays and get over to stuff that way. Survivors rescued! Okay. It flashes and goes away, and basically nothing else happens. Okay, then. I'm going to queue up a very, very early gun, because I'm kind of feeling like we're going to need it if we continue this way. Yes, yes, more survivors rescued. Okay, so you can see this stuff still isn't too bad to hold back with a single blaster. I will, however, be needing more blasters in other places, but the single blaster there is helping. So what I really want right now is I want 3 blasters up and running soon. Constant energy battle. Yep, that's basically the nature of the Creeper World games, is you're having to fight to get enough energy to build and expand while still keeping the creeper at bay. Okay. So now we're in fairly decent place. I don't think I can actually get over this gap without going down into the creeper. So this time I am actually going to use a relay. Survivors rescued. Move that guy down there, build a mortar here, build a mortar there as well. Yeah, like big electric poles in Factorio, that's very much what the relays feel like. Similarly, the big electric poles in Factorio, they've got a very small distribution area around them, so they're not that useful for keeping stuff powered, but connecting to each other and getting long-distance connections, they're good for. That's very similar to the role that these plays. You don't want to use them for short distance because you'd rather actually collect some power at the same time, but when it comes to long distance, you need them. Speed tech might be needed. Maybe. We'll see. I am a little bit worried about this pod, because that one's a fair way back. Let's see, if I go relay there, to relay there, to relay there, that might actually work fairly well. That's not good. That may actually be a loss. Be a little bit touch and go here, but I think it may be salvageable. I am going to build a mortar here. Yeah, I spent myself too far into deficit, unfortunately. And so the mountain creeper was able to overwhelm my guns. I wish I could see the health of this guy. It would be very good to know how much health he has. Is he taking a bunch of damage right now and is about to go boom, or is he doing okay? If he's about to go boom, that's very bad for me. If he's doing okay, I'm fine with that. Yeah, that's bad. Not being able to see his health was bad. Yeah, the annoying thing about that is that apparently requires a game restart, which is really irksome. Nah, I think I need to actually build the new one. Survivors rescued way over there, which is handy. So the problem that you're seeing here is I'm getting kind of cascading failures because I don't have enough energy to build the stuff that I need to survive. Yeah, the mortar working helps. Although what I really need to do is say, go way over here, man. Because you need to be shooting into the deep. And survivors destroyed, yeah. I don't remember where those were, but yeah. Okay, let's try that again. Yes, the game actually started making things a bit difficult here. Okay, So the ones that are in the worst position are those two. So if I can get out to those two as quickly as possible, that's probably a really good plan. So let's travel past this one. To there. Build that one immediately as well. Actually afford to build that one yet. Now I can build this way. I needed to pause the game because you made me move my cursor up there, but you didn't need to. Can't go that way decently. If I go here, I guess there. So I can't get to that one right away. That one I'm going to have to relay. I'll use the same basic relay setup that I used before for that. And then this one, instead of putting it up there, put it there. I don't think I can actually get there. Okay, that one's doomed. But what I can do is double relay across. Yeah, sure, relay back onto that island. That makes sense. Okay, this I think is going to get me all of the pods. Yes, survivors have been rescued, I know. I was kind of the one who rescued them. Boy, there are a lot of rift totems on this one. I'm trying to remember, do you actually need to activate all of the rift totems, or is it always 3? Because I thought it was always 3, and there were always 3 on the map, but now I'm seeing 5 here, and I'm going, wait, what? I don't honestly remember what the rule is. I mean, I guess I'll find out, because, you know, one way or the other, we're going to see it happen. Ah, that's unfortunate. Okay, so I guess I really need to start building defenses here. Looking good, no booms. About that, you may have spoken a little bit too soon there, Mandibar. Okay. But that should be enough to hold that back for a bit. And then what I really, really want here is a mortar out there. Actually, a mortar down here as well. But that one can wait. And I want a couple more blasters. Actually, just one there. Yay! Survivors rescued. Okay. That is all of the survivors. Oh, well, there's the one down in the corner here, but that one's really not in danger of anything. I need to collector network in areas that I have relative security. Survivors have been rescued. Okay, that now actually is all of their survivors. Oh, and we get lore. All survivor pods have been secured, Commander. 27 people have been saved. Great job. One of the survivors has told us that they're the crew of a science mission that has been in extragalactic deep space for the last 20 years. They just recently returned to our galaxy to find every world they visited covered in creeper. Kinda sucks to be them. Eventually they ran out of fuel and settled into orbit around this world. There they stayed until they could no longer maintain orbit. They had just entered their escape pods and crashed on the surface moments before Odin City rifted through. And, Commander, one of the survivors claims he was approached by an old man over 20 years ago. He was given a stone by the old man before he and his crew set out on their deep space mission. The old man told him it would keep him and his crew safe on their journey. He was also told that one day in his moment of greatest need, others on a great journey would find him and save him, and that on that day the stone would find a new home with the leader of those others. Honestly, it sounds like a whole bunch of superstitious bunk, but then again they did mention an old man, and as everybody knows, old men are the very font of prophecy, so we should probably believe this, even though we have no reason to suspect that this old man is the same old man that was guiding us all along. Let me see this man and his good luck charm in my ready room. Have him wait there until I get a moment to speak with him. Also, can we get security standing by outside just in case? Because he kind of sounds like he might be crazy. Yes, sir. And that's apparently where it ends for now. Okay. I guess we will learn more later. To be somewhere that's a range and actually powered thing. Really? These guys aren't actually close enough to each other? That's really unfortunate. God, they must have been... Yeah, they were literally one tile off. That really sucks, actually. You move back there to kind of protect what we do have. I think we have enough energy generation. It's a close thing, but I think we have enough, especially if I did that. I wish I could disable that thing. Let's actually just destroy that relay. That'll do. It's an expensive bit of kit to just destroy, but since I have no way to turn it off, apparently, that's the best I can do. Later games, I will have that ability. At the moment, I'm basically just stalling for time as I wait for that mortar to get finished. I'm going to shift you back there to protect the weak link. Okay, good. Once the mortar starts firing, we'll be in a much better place here. New Zealand. How long is it going to take for the entire saga? You know, I really don't know. I'm going to guess... Well, I'm off of work until the 4th of July, so I've got Monday and Tuesday off. I'll probably be streaming this fairly heavily through then, so I don't know, hopefully I'll actually get through it in the next few days here. But as I mentioned earlier, I haven't actually owned Creeper World 1 and 2 until the start of this stream, plus a little bit of extra time. So I don't honestly know how long they're going to take to play through. Careful that I don't completely overwhelm my energy grid here, but now that I've got the mortar firing out there, that's going to help a lot with the creeper pressure. I need to just be very mindful of the number of things that I'm building at once, because if I build too many at once, it ends badly for me. In the middle of watching every single episode of Critical Role. Yeah, it's an interesting series. I haven't watched all of it, but I watched a pretty good chunk of the early stuff. I have this problem with really long-running series like that I will get, like, oh, I don't know, 15, 20 episodes in, and then I'll lose interest in it for a while, and then the next time I don't remember where I was, so I have a hard time resuming. Kind of embarrassing, actually. I just don't seem to be good at watching that sort of long thing. And then there's kind of the counterexample to that, which is some Let's Plays. Like, oh, I'm trying to remember what the name of it is. Oh, that's gonna drive me nuts if I can't remember. Aha. I'll think of it eventually, I'm sure. Also, I just remembered, hey, you guys can't actually see my screen. You're locked to that particular window. I can go look it up. That'll be the easy way to do it. Okay, so let's see. If I go to YouTube, Team Hypercube, yeah, those are the right people who were playing it. They had a playthrough of a game. It's a very long playthrough. So it would be very obvious if I scroll back in their list of playlists. I will eventually find one that is in the 3 digits. Yes, 113 episodes of Dokapon Kingdom that I watched through the entire thing. That was fun. But part of the advantage to that is it doesn't really matter if I kind of lose my place and have to skip around a bit, because it's a party game. It really doesn't care that much about watching things in an exact order. It's the Team Hypercube playthrough. I'll actually drop a link to it in chat because I think it's fun. I really enjoyed watching it. Do recommend. Okay. Really? Why aren't you connecting over there? I thought that was a connection. Oh, was it because it was connected, like, over here? Oh. Maybe if I was holding a relay instead of a blaster. That is one thing that they did fix later on, is the relays are still triangular and the blasters aren't. Derp. So this sort of expansion thing where I've queued up a whole bunch of things is one way that the storage increase would actually be useful, because it would mean I just have enough to weather this and not run into a deficit situation, which is actually pretty nice. Yeah, I was being a little bit dumb there. And by a little bit, I mean very. That I have a gift for understatement, but I think that's putting it way too strongly. If you think about that. Yeah, dangerous if your ammo supplies run low. Very much so. Let's see if I can push forward out here a bit. Almost no, but it turns out okay. Okay, that was getting worryingly close there. But I do believe we are actually pushing back the creeper at this point, so that's good. Push it back further. And now I can actually start expanding the collector, which is nice. How much they increase your storage by. It starts out as 20. Let's see what it goes up to with a single one. My guess would be 40, but we'll see. Yep, 40. So I will build us up to a maximum of 100. That seems like a pretty good level to have. It's just the backup. At this point with the mortars, we are really holding back the creeper just fine, so all good. Actually, no creeper right there? There is no creeper right there, okay. Again, I placed the wrong thing. I keep grabbing the blaster every time I mean to grab relay. That's getting silly at this point. Probably could fly one in instead of building it. Yeah, here I could. I'm actually going to do that here, but here I apparently decided not to for whatever reason. I do in this series seem to have a bias for building new weapons instead of moving the ones that I already have. Because the good thing about building new weapons is, yeah, it takes longer and it costs you energy, but if anything goes wrong and you lose that front line of weapons, you still have the set that you used to be using. So you're kind of protected. On the other hand, this guy is being kind of useless. I will recycle him to move ahead there, because I really don't need many blasters for this map. Yeah, mortars in kind of moderate numbers, I think, is generally what you want to go for. You don't want a ton of them because, well, they do take a lot of power to fire. But on the other hand, you want to make sure you have enough of them that you can whittle down these huge stockpiles of creeper. You'll notice how we're kind of getting backflow here in the overall slope of the creeper. It's moving closer and becoming steeper, which is good. That means we're beating it back. looks like it's probably got enough thin creeper around it. It's a good place for one of those. Good places for that. Yeah, at this point, you'll notice we're kind of exceeding the necessity of marketing. It's not being as useful as it used to be. But that's okay, because we've actually got the power to support it. You don't really need to start worrying about turning things off until you're I say as I queue up a big power project. Yes, the increased solar collection. Yeah, fractal collection. They don't ever really tell us what sort of collectors they are. I mean, I have to assume it's green energy, but that's all I know. Okay, so it looks like I do need to activate all of the totems, not just 3. I was kind of suspecting that. It does tell us something on that. Collects fractal space energy from surroundings. Yes, okay. So it fractures the nearby space. Something like that. Getting too close to the point that we'll actually be able to cap one of the 2 things here, because we're getting really close down to this one. Actually space to put a collector there, but that's not really connected to anything. Really annoying how there just is not quite enough space there. I think I'm gonna lose top left. Yeah, it's getting beaten back a fair bit there. Hey, you. Go over there. That should suffice. Once it actually lands. We're not going to lose it before it lands. Good. Okay. There. Up to, like, there. Actually serves the dual purpose. Serves as a power bank. Oh, I disconnected something when I moved. Yep. That is the disadvantage to using weapons as power links, is it's really easy to forget that you've done something. Somewhere fairly safe still. I could move you all the way up here. Yeah, that's sketchy. That I think may camp somewhere. Yep. Okay, that made everything a lot easier. and I did it again there. How do I want to do this? I guess I'll just build a fresh one. That's cool. Yeah, I know. I can be a bit of a derp sometimes. I have a small gift for understanding. That's where I want you. As I said, using weapons as relay points is dangerous. Mostly because you will discover that you have been an idiot. Right about the time where you least want to discover that. Yeah. There's just really not much position in order to place things. That's irksome. It looks like there's plenty of flat land here, but it's not quite large enough. It's annoying. Okay. So I think we need to fight this back with guns. You would think that the sound would be a good cue, but at the same time, there's so many other sounds going on that you kind of start to tune it all out as background noise. So the one sound that you care about comes up and you just miss it. Okay, at this point, we just need to connect. Nothing fancy here, just get up to the last totem and call it good. Here flow the green packets of green. Don't know why it takes 5 of them to open up the room this time. Maybe we're going a longer distance than it appears on the map. And we leave stuff behind to just die out behind us. Okay. Yes. I'm sure that is an absolutely terrible score. Draco. This world was barely inhabitable before the creeper got here. Now it's just a horror to behold. Get us off this rock as quickly as you can, Commander. Scanners do show another artifact. Try to pick it up, but don't let it delay our escape. It's not like it's completely critical or anything like that. We've perched on the edge of a giant caldera. The idea of being caught in a creeper volcano sends shivers down my spine. Okay. Yeah, that is pretty much a creeper volcano there. Yep. That's what it looks like. All right. Creeper spawner is in the middle. Good news is we're up on a pretty big ledge, so this one should be a lot less touch and go than the previous one was. enough space to bridge the right. Yeah, there's not enough space to actually go across there. But it's okay, we can drop down one level and it won't be a big deal. Let's see, I want it to go there. So there is where I want the next one. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and plan this out now. Stop time because I see we've got energy filled up. And I should figure out something to do with that instead of slowly building this in normal time. Okay, I have 18 out of 20. I can build a couple more collectors, I think, before I start going weapons. Blaster there, I want a blaster there, I want a mortar here, and I want a mortar there. So the creep down here is still in reasonably good shape. It's just the stuff coming in from the sides that's a little bit worrying. And not even all that worrying. Oh yes, I also do want a mortar up here when we get that far. Fine. Wonder which will win here, Creep or the Funny Man. Yeah, deficit is not necessarily a bad thing. It can be a bad thing, but you know, if you don't care about building out this energy network quickly, diverting a bunch of it to building weapons right now is not necessarily a bad thing. That's basically the situation I was in there. So you'll notice things are pretty much in control here, even though we're running a high deficit. Let's connect out to that artifact. That seems like a good plan. This artifact is a bit of an enigma. Our scientists will have to analyze it for some time before we can learn anything from it. Cough, that means we'll probably need to make a jump first. Cough. Sorry, Commander, my throat's been sore all week.
knew Funny Man when he was a funny boy. I used to change his diapers. He always smelled funny.
How valuable it is to turn off the mortar in the middle from time to time as you keep it under control. It's not a terrible idea. Honestly, what I should do though is I should move it out here so that it's being more effective with the shots it does fire. Because you can reach deeper into the creep there. But I'm gonna want to clear out the creep in the center sooner or later anyway, so I think it's not that big a deal. Redundancy here into my network. Redundancies are a good thing. I'd like to get another couple of blasters going. That's whatever. I don't want to destroy the packets that are already rigged up. Yeah, the mortar always goes for the deepest stuff that it can see. It doesn't look for stuff that's nearby. The blasters here have the opposite logic. They look for the nearest. And because he's on an edge here, he's going to keep that creeper well away from the edge, so he's not in any danger. And now we're starting to push things back. Excellent. You down there, and that should cap that guy off. There we go. There's one managed creep deposit. And at this point, I don't really care about that corner anymore. It's under enough control. What I do care about is really pushing down hard on the creeping side. So that is what I'm going to do here. Set up some power there. This is more about power distribution than power generation. Yeah, there's the green thing up there, but that's like one collector. Done. Well, done as soon as I finish this building. It'll do that. So yes, I'm going to build a bunch more mortars here. Because this is still reasonably thick. I mean, it's over a tile thick in places. How much of a difference does the speed up do? Build one. We'll see. It's 35 energy, but I don't really have great need for energy here, so it's not a big deal. I'm actually still feeling a bit energy poor, mostly because I don't have access to reactors. I suppose I can keep building out my collector. That will help. Collectors are actually better energy-wise if you're worried about the energy cost of building. You should go for collectors over reactors, absolutely. They're just so much more annoying to place down. And mortars are yours. There are mortars. You guys are here with me, right? At least in spirit. And not as in haunting, but you want to be here or something like that. That's not a bad speed increase. He's not really a martyr. I said something definitive before. I was paying attention this time, guys. Come on, it's not like you need to doubt me just because I haven't been paying attention in the past. Before you said anything. It's useful when you don't. This message brought to you by the National Water Council. Except not, because I don't work for the National Water Council. Yes, achievement award, Draco. These are actually all Steam achievements that I'm getting, by the way. The Creeper World series is not exactly creative in its Steam achievements. You can't hear me over the boom. I can turn the game down a bit if I need to. We appear to be in a good position on this world, Commander. We should be able to reach and energize the totems with reasonable ease. Oh crap, I just doomed us, didn't I? Worlds like this are probably fairly rare, so enjoy this while we can. Do be careful not to let the creeper advance into the valley too far. Put blasters and mortars on the heights that flank the passage into the valley. It'll cut the creeper off and stop its advance. Oh god, please don't kill us all, Captain. Or Commander, sorry, I can't even get your name right now. I'm kind of flustered. Yeah, that's an interesting start. It looks really calm right now, doesn't it? That worries me. I mean, priority 1 is... I don't know if I have enough time to do this, but I'm going to try it once. Priority 1 is getting up here and getting a blaster placed. Wow, how do I connect over there? There to there, I guess. That'll do. Yeah, building and charging a blaster at home is not a bad idea here. They don't fly very quickly, but I think as soon as I've got the spare energy to put towards it, I will do that. Oh boy.
That's a dancing fast. Yeah, that may not be a viable strategy.
Well, let's let it play out once and see what happens. I can always restart the mission. It's not a big deal. It does slow down as it gets further away from you, so it's not quite as bad as it looks, but it's still pretty bad, yeah. This isn't gonna work. But how far can I get before it starts hitting me? I mean, I can get far enough, actually. I think that this might be somewhat doable. Because I can drop that guy down and protect that one. And once the second one finishes, I can send it up onto the plateau. Yeah, this is acceptable. I need to get a mortar up here soon as well. Okay. And now I need to start expanding my energy network. It's a little touch and go. Yeah, that's why I need to get the mortar up and running really soon here, is it builds up here. As I believe I have mentioned before, the game ain't toying around with us no more. Okay, so I want that as far up there as it can get before it fires. Yeah, the spores would be bad if we had them. Some jellyfish coming for me? Well, that's one way to put it, I guess. Second mortar down. Yeah, they do kind of go splooge. That's their basic nature. They fly around, they try to home in on your stuff, and when they land, they drop a puddle of creeper. It's a fair description of them. Yeah, mortars are good. Mortars are really good. You'll notice the one mortar here is doing a pretty darn good job of keeping everything back. It's even making this reseed over here on the complete opposite side. Yeah, we haven't actually learned what that artifact was. That's a good point. I didn't realize that had taken more than one jump, but you're right, it has. Expand my network here without being too over-aggressive and keeping my guns from firing. A little bit. And it decides to go after that deposit. Okay, sure. You can disarm. Keep one of them up and running, but I don't do that. Once you are up there, I should probably turn one and turn the other one off. That is a much better place. Yeah, moving the city closer is not a bad idea. It's just, it's always a little bit risky, and in this case, I really don't think we need to. Because there's 3 of these things, we're almost to them. It's not a big deal. Kind of nervous about building that one because that's the only one covering the gap right now. I'm just gonna build a 3rd one. It would probably be fine, but yeah, that mortar is in a great position because it's actually reaching down into this pool here, which is just killing. Yeah, like, I didn't even need to worry about that one, as it turns out. It was just fine. Here, you go semi-suicide in there and take care of that one. Sorry, the creeper jellyfish are being shot at. Wow, there's a deeper puddle there than I thought. I'm impressed. Yeah, and it's not even that big. It's only 1 tile down, but that is actually pretty good. One tile down stores a fair bit of creeper, especially when it's already thinned out. There we go. That's better. You'll also notice that if creeper gets low enough, it does evaporate, so... Why not shoot from above? Because YOLO. I am, of course, talking about how is it spelled? IOLO or something like that? It's a character from, like, King's Quest or something like that. Anyway. Moving on to Octan. This is the last thing that we have. Oh, interesting. This is actually me talking. Ops, sound the city alarm! We've got trouble coming. One of the scientists we rescued a couple worlds back had some critical information for us. He and his crew spent some time in orbit around this world, and they observed something unexpected. Apparently, the creeper here has started producing aerial spores. These spores are launched from great distances and target human-made structures. When they land, they release patches of creeper that immediately destroy anything in the vicinity. We've got no defense against this. We are so fucked. Commander, I might have something we can adapt as a defense. There's a nearby nanoschematic for some missile technology that the Octans were working on. Octan is constantly bombarded by meteor debris, so they must have developed some advanced missile tracking technology to deal with it. Pick up the nanoschematic, and we can use those missiles to defend against those spores. Our sensors can detect incoming spore attacks at great distances, so I've augmented your command console to show a countdown timer. Keep an eye on this timer as it indicates when the next spore attack is due. Also, Commander, you might want to build redundancy into your network. If the spores make it through, you don't want to have a whole section of the network lose power. Oh, one more thing, Commander. Our scientists have identified a potential weakness in the creeper. Apparently, if you get a blaster in range of a creeper emitter and eliminate any surrounding creeper, a single blaster will be able to cap off the emitter. This tactic could be very useful. Ops? Yes, Commander? Have you been watching what I've been doing? No, Commander. Sorry, I haven't had a chance to watch the video. Okay, moving on. So, we've got creeper down in the lakes here. Okay, so we've got a bit of time because we've got an up incline that it has to go for all of them. Probably not a lot of time, though. So we build all the way across to that. And I guess I will build that way as well for the first step. Yeah, spore attack in 4 minutes. We've got time. We need to manage the creeper on the ground first, then we can worry about the airborne threat. So, what I want here is actually probably a single mortar right up there. That looks like a great place for a mortar. Yes, I am going to build up some storage batteries here, because I think we may need them. Excellent news, Commander. The missile tech can be utilized to create a surface-to-air missile system. In other words, we have successfully duplicated the technology of, like, 1985. It'll be fine. This SAM unit should be able to shoot down incoming creeper spores. Build several of these units and spread them around your base. You may also need to move them around as you expand your base. Also, Commander, the schematic listed 5 worlds where the Octans plan to ship the technology. Program the coordinates for the first of these worlds into the totems. That's where we'll head next. Because, yeah, apparently we just always get coordinates when we run out. Okay, so yes, SAM silos. I think the city actually does have some health, just not a lot. Yeah, let's start with those 4, because those are covering the most critical things here. Yeah, the area that it protects is constantly shown, which is good. It's a constant reminder that, yeah, you need to pay attention to this, man, or else your stuff's gonna get wrecked. You'll also note that they're relatively cheap. These are only cost 20 compared to 25 for blasters and 50 for mortars. And we're gonna have like 20 seconds left until the spore attack. By the time we've got all of those guys built, it'll be fine. Oh yeah, it's because I was holding the SAM thing, right? Duh. That makes sense. Yay, mortar! Mortar good. You're worried about the land creep now? We've got Congratulations, we've survived the first spore attack. That was a little bit anticlimactic, actually, but it's fine. Yeah, it does a siren when it launches the spore, just so that you can't possibly miss it. It's reasonable. I don't think it was the mortar. I think it was one of the other ones, because we do have multiple SAM sites sitting around. I thought I saw a missile go after both of them, so. And I want another mortar. I'm pretty sure the SAMs are the only things that can actually hit the spores. Yeah, we could probably actually stand to have a speed upgrade or 2 in here. Or 3. We've got enough stored energy that we can go on a pretty decent building spree and not be in trouble. Also, this is somewhere that relays might be useful. Let's see, can I connect across here? I can connect to there. That still cuts a fair bit out of the network, so it's not a bad thought. Okay. Ah, good. I remembered what the shortcut is for destroying things. That's good. I can't quite reach there. That's irksome. Yeah, relays have pretty good distance. It's nice. That is basically their one thing, so it'd be a shame if they weren't good at it. You'll notice spores landing in a reasonable location is not necessarily that bad. Like the fact that it was on the edge there really meant it didn't accomplish anything bad. You can also use the fact that they always come in from the edge of the screen and just protect the edges of the screen, what would be exposed to the edges. Is the lake near the city? Moderately. It's like halfway up. But the mortar in the center is keeping down all three of those lakes, so it's not a big deal. I can drop down an extra mortar here just to ensure that it's fine. Okay, so the only thing I need to get to still is that here. Does a spore drop? Not a lot. It's, you know, it's a pocket like that big of fairly thin. So it's the sort of thing that it will dry up on its own if it doesn't have any connection to other stuff. The real danger it has is something like this collector. If that collector goes, I'm no longer connected to the rest. That would be bad to lose that. Aha! We're starting to actually see dry land here. That's good. Let's see. You can get disarmed because you've done your job fairly well. You likewise, I think, can get disarmed. Does that help with our deficit? Yeah, we're paying back the deficit. Good. Incidentally, what the deficit actually is it's the number of spent ammo points on these guys that haven't actually been queued to be refilled because we don't have the energy for it. Yeah, pending ammo requests, basically, yeah. I'm trying to remember, it might factor in buildings as well, things that are being constructed, but I'm not sure on that. I am pretty sure on the pending ammo stuff, though. Oh, no, we still have the two over here. I forgot there were actually two of those. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. If I could cap those, I would have a lot of usable area. I guess that area isn't quite covered by this guy. Yeah, it seems not. I have one more sand there. What I want to do is build up a bunch of those down there and send them in as a phalanx. Oh, was there actually one there that got wiped out by the creeper when it landed? That could be. Yeah, they don't have a lot of health, I don't think, because they're not expected to be put into frontline combat like the other weapons are. And this is when the 2x speed starts seeming appealing. Because I'm literally just waiting for the power to roll in and these things to get built. Let's see, can I select multiple at once? Not yet. Okay. I do have to move them all individually. That's an enhancement that comes later to be able to move them as a group. Okay. Go. Let's see if this is enough. Looks like it might be. Okay. I do need to get support structures available for these guys, otherwise they just run dry on ammo. As you see. This time I'm going to do it a little bit smarter. I could claim that the first one was just a trial, but I actually didn't think about how freaking laggy I'd been, so that was my that's silly. That looks like that worked. Still working a bit to fight back the outer edges, but we're succeeding. Okay then. Sounds like a good idea. There we go. That should actually be able to be which is good. Another Sam here to cover the edge of the map. Yeah, just one will be enough. I don't need as many as I have there. In fact, I'm going to be reclaiming the others for other uses. A little bit unfortunate that I can also reach up here, but that one should be keyless. Ammo deficit isn't a big deal with captors because they're using such a small amount of ammo that it's very unlikely that they're going to be ones that run out of ammo. You're more likely to have problems and all sorts of other places first. sure if I really need to go take over this area, but okay. So, you, arm, get over there. Always supply chain issues. Yeah, that is the nature of this game. If you aren't struggling against energy, you've already won the map. You just need to achieve it. You need to do the bit of busy work to finish it off. Why it may have looked like I was very much overbuilding my energy network earlier. It's because I'm used to maps like this where you need that much energy, really. Okay, now we just need to rebuild this guy. That should be good. Yeah, ammo resupply delays. It's often a struggle, yeah. decent number of levels here. This is good. I like having lots of levels to play through. Well, I do wish the difficulty curve would have ramped up a little bit faster. There were a few too many there that were just, this isn't really hard. Uh-oh, Commander. We've rifted to the specified coordinates and ended up on Tucana. City's in a terrible position. We're surrounded by Creeper and there's precious little high ground. We normally might try to relocate the city to high ground, but there is no high ground large enough to support the city. You'll have to act quickly to save the city. Mortars will be instrumental. I really know a lot about how you should do the strategy here, so really it's kind of strange that I'm not the one leading the city here. But you should build a collector network rapidly and take advantage of the 4 craters around the city. The craters will help buffer the Creeper for a while as they fill up, but once full, only the gods can help us. That and mortars. So, Commander, don't let them get full. Commander, if you approach an emitter with blasters and mortars, like I said, mortars, they're good, to provide cover, you might be able to get a single blaster in range to effectively cap off the emitter like I was telling you about last time. I still haven't had a chance to watch those videos, sorry, Commander. Once capped, you can free up most of the resources it takes to hold back the Creeper from that emitter and focus on the next emitter. Thank you, Ox. Sensors, is it bad that the Commander keeps sighing whenever I'm around? Yes. Oh. Okay, so yeah, we've got emitters in the 4 corners. That is tricksy. I wait the next stage where they tell you this again. Yeah, pretty much. Good news is it looks like we probably don't have to deal with Spore. Bad news, yeah, that mission briefing was pretty accurate. This is not a good position to be in. Yeah. This kind of sucks. Because it's not really like we can focus on any one direction first. We need to defend against all 4 directions or we are fucked. I'm just looking at this trying to figure out blaster locations. Because, like, it can go out here, 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 or we could defend along, like, here, 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 and God, that one's really wide. Oof. This is, yeah, I think it heard me. Actually, I think what's happened here is it's been in sets of 5 levels, so the first 5 were kind of beginner levels, the second 5 were kind of intermediate levels, and now we're getting onto the actual meat here. This is interesting. So, blasters. One there is enough to keep that under control. One there will keep that under control. One there will keep that under control. Top looks like it's the most dangerous here. There's not really a good way to defend against both of those at once. I'm thinking, like, because I can't even place one right there. It has to be all the way over there, which is not close enough, really. So it needs to be down here on this side. And I guess, like, there for a start. Oof. And then we need mortars on top of this, but the mortars can't actually wait for a bit because we've got pretty deep pockets here. Okay. So, I think building up is kind of our priority right now. I will drop a second one going downward just for the energy network expansion. Something like that should make fairly good AS out of our starting energy. Oof. That is scary. Is really scary. Worry about south for a bit. East also looks like it's okay for a bit. I need to get a mortar in. This is probably going to end up being a roving mortar. Entirely too closely for my tastes. Yeah, I don't think that's going to finish building. So we need to take a different path up there. And that is almost full too. Oof. That is rough. Wow. So I could have gotten this guy up a little bit sooner, because I could have avoided losing the thing there. The mortar is super critical. The mortar needs to be up really, really fast. And I think I literally do need to do exactly what I was doing there. Just move it, move it, move it, move it. And probably get a second one up pretty quickly too. Man, that is a challenge and a half there. It finally decided to get difficult, I think. Mortar on the right lake could cover both lakes. Now you're thinking like up there? Yeah, that's a possibility. I suppose we can actually just barely hit both of these with a single mortar too. We can't hit the deep sections, but maybe enough. And it does work. There's not a lot of overlap on the lower lake there, but it does work. And especially if I put it like where that blaster was. That actually is a nice location for the mortar. The trick here is figuring out what order I need to defend against things in. Actually, that's a thought. Let's go ahead and restart level, and let's just watch. So, what happens? What are the first things that we care about? So this one's been slowed way the heck down. That one's pretty slow. Up here, it's advancing at an okay rate. Even the top right is actually slowed down to a crawl here. We might actually be able to go 2 mortars at the start. Build out to basically there and yeah, there. Because we've actually got a fairly long time before it gets in here, if the lakes don't fill. Once the lakes fill, we're screwed. Interesting, the ops center in a panic as the commander does nothing. Commander, shouldn't we... Patience, ops. But the creeper is going to... It's fine, don't worry about it. We'll just respawn. What? Sensors, I think the commander may have lost it here. Yeah, we've actually got quite a lot of time on this core area here. Yeah, and now as the lakes are filling up, now it's actually starting to advance at a significant rate again. And let's go ahead and carry this to the conclusion and see exactly what happens when it reaches there. Does it just have a single hit point on the city, or does it take a little bit, or what? You know, for science. Okay, so we get a very obvious alarm. It is taking damage. I think there's a health bar there, but it's... No? Yeah, okay, it's the center circle. So the center circle is ticking down. Yes, there's a great graph. Energy collected. Well, it landed and it started collecting energy, and the creeper just grew. Commander never did a thing, but okay. Okay. You will eventually pee and eat, probably. And those sound like things that are generally recommended to do on occasion. Yeah, the initial rush of creeper in is completely terrifying on this map, but you just kind of have to sit here and take it. Because if you sit here and take it, you have a chance to survive. But you do have to make your time. Yeah, we absolutely need to get more collectors down. But I don't think we can afford to delay building the mortars. Okay, that's one mortar online. It's both mortars online. Okay. That looks like it basically froze the creeper. And in fact, it's retreating. I think we may have just solved the map. At this point, I think we are just making progress. Whew! That was tough. They really just expect you to go for it. Get over there, build those mortars, and then have enough energy. Barely. Barely have enough energy. You have to be ballsy as heck in this map. But I enjoy this. This was actually the most enjoyable map so far. This one was interesting. I was not expecting the solution to this one, which is nice. We're still just kind of barely making progress here, but we are making progress. Yes, losing is fun, because losing means it was actually difficult. Well, usually. As long as it isn't, bullshit difficulty. Bullshit difficulty is not fun. Yeah, blaster would be nice to have. Eventually. I'm going to be paranoid this game. Let's build up some storage here. Just to make sure that it's that much harder to accidentally screw ourselves over. Because at this point, we are in good shape. We just need to not screw up. Yeah, the fact that it can't aim at the deep spots of the lake is annoying, but... Ah, yes. Yes, storage, nice. Yeah, this map with spores would be just insane. Because you really just kind of have to spread out and leave yourself open. Adding spores into the mix would be awful. Awful. Okay. uses up energy like nothing else. Well, I suppose it's at least as much for the mortars. Yeah, I think mortars would be more problematic than blasters. Just because there's 4 of them compared to one blaster. So... I had access to reactors. This would be much easier to finish off if I had access to reactors. But it hasn't seen fit to unlock them yet. I can go ahead and drop down that, or I could beast myself up either way. And now I'm a bit louder, so hopefully I should carry over the noise a bit better. Yeah, reactors definitely do exist in this version. It's just we haven't unlocked them yet. That's why we have the 5th kind of civilian tech slot here. Running a bit of a deficit is not a bad thing, because having the mortars fire less often is probably good, really. Yeah, I think I'm going to go cap bottom left first. Just because I think it's the one that I'm closest to. It's not so much about getting the most powerable area, it's about getting one of them capped off so that I have 1/4 less creep to deal with. Having less creep to deal with is the big win here. Because think about it, this mortar down here really only exists because of that emitter. It's one less major weapon that I need to power. Yeah, the blasters need a lot of power. Honestly, what I wish I could do right now is tell my mortars to fire like 1/4 as often, because I think that would be plenty, and if they were firing less often, they wouldn't be using as much power. They were using less power, then I would have more power to spend on the blasters. And that would be nice. A little bit too far out there. Yeah, they're at reduced rate because of the deficit, but the problem is that's also slowing down the blasters, which are what I need to be going at high speed right now. So, yeah. I'm actually going to fly in a mortar to help clear out things now that I've had the blasters push us back closer to the spawner. There we go. Okay, that should be a cap. Okay. Yeah, that did not go well. We lost the connection back to power there. I don't remember exactly how, but we lost it. Probably from moving something. Okay. That, I think, is actually solidly captured now. Or, oh, finish clearing out that ring. We'll just make it not on my map. Okay. So yeah, there is some area over here that we can now expand into. Do that because power is good. Power is life. But as I said, the main gain from this was we now have approximately 1 quarter less creeper to deal with. Okay. Next up, I think, is going to be top left. And for basically the reason of it's the closest one. This particular mech basically forces you to cap all of them, or at least come really close to it. not realize that that was the link there. The later games, so Creeper World 3 specifically, 2 weapons between collectors is the standard. Two things between collectors is the standard. Can be 2 other collectors, can be 2 weapons, anything of that size. This game, however, it's apparently 1 less than that, which is irksome for multiple reasons. Least of which being that it means what I thought I knew is wrong. Okay, apparently that one just ran out of power for a moment there. No big deal, though. More blasters are nice. Our energy stockpile is full because we're in good shape now. Yay. Just a matter of finishing it. I'm definitely missing some of the quality of life stuff that got added on in Creeper World 3. So most of the time when I'm talking about later games, I'm actually just talking about Creeper World 3, because Creeper World 2 is, different. It went from a top-down to a side-on view. You stopped having collectors that touched areas, and you just built fairly cheap reactors everywhere. It really messed with the formula. I don't think it's a bad game. In fact, I really like it, but it really is an oddball in the Creeper World franchise. Creeper World 3 did a good job of taking some of the things that Creeper World 2 had come up with that were really good ideas and bringing them back into the top-down view, and it feels a lot more like Creeper World 1 does. Yeah, it's 3 tiles in between there instead of 4. That's really annoying. Depending on how many more levels of this there are, actually, I may end up stopping after this level. I don't know. I'll think about it when we're back out to a place where I can stop and think. But I kind of want to show you Creeper World 2, just because it is so different from the original. It is really a bold change that they made. They did not shy away. They were acting like this level was. They just went for it. there was a fair bit of controversy in the Creeper World community about whether it was actually like a Creeper World game, whether it was a fun game. I really much side on it being a fun game, but I have to admit it's a little bit hard to classify it as Creeper World at times. It does still have liquid creep. It does innovate pretty nicely on what the liquid creep can do, but it's very different. Very, very different. Oh yeah, I don't even need to worry about getting all the way to it. We're about to leave. Once we open a rift right on top of the city, we just pick it up and go whoop. So, let's see. We've got 4 more, and then it looks like we probably unlock another batch at that point. This is actually longer than I realized it was. Let's see, how long have I been going here? Somewhere along the lines I've got something that tells me that, I'm sure. Maybe? Would be nice. Yeah, looks like 3 hours, 47 minutes. Okay, let's go do one more, I think. Bringing it up to 4 hours and change. So, Commander, this world seems as ordinary as the last. Ordinary in that it is dead, it creeps, and I don't see how it could have any impact on our journey or offer us any refuge. Ops, you almost sound like you believe there's supposed to be some purpose to the worlds we visit. Have you considered that there's no purpose and we'll live out the rest of our lives constantly fleeing from the Creeper? I don't know what to believe. You're probably right. In any case, everyone in this city depends on us in the here and now. Commander, I've identified another nano-schematic on this world. Interesting. The Velans appear to have protected the schematics in a walled-off area. They must have desperately tried to keep this from the Creeper. This nano-schematic appears as if it will allow us to construct power generation reactors that rival the output of the fractal energy collectors that we use to build our network. Commander, we can use these to produce power for our base whenever we can't spread out into a larger collector network initially. I'll put those new reactors to good use, Ops. Oh, and Ops, for the record, I never said I didn't believe in our purpose. No, really, like, take that off the record. Crap, we are recording this, aren't we? It was just a joke. Just a joke. Just a joke. So, yes, it's a walled-off schematic there. We really don't have a lot of territory here, but we're actually going to get reactors now, so that makes everything better. That makes everything so much better. That's probably going to end up just being a sacrifice unit down there. Actually, I don't want that one. I want to go up this way. And I really should have It's fine. This is going to be the one where we finally get reactors. It's going to be very nice. We should still build out our existing kind of expected power network first. Because as I mentioned much earlier, this is still more energy efficient in terms of how much you spend building it. But you'll also notice we're kind of running out of space to build it in. Enter the reactor. Reactor costs 40 energy instead of 10. But you can just place these next to each other. It's pretty nice. Yes, I know reactor tech is now available. Shut up. This guy down here is going to totally die. I'm not caring about him at all. So yes, energy collection is up to 3.1. .4. Yes, reactors. The lifeblood of this game, as far as I'm concerned. You can just place them all over the place and get lots of energy. They just have a high setup cost. And on this game, this map, they've given us lots of time, because, like, even here, it's not up to flooding that. We've got lots of time. So I'm just going to keep laying down a nice grid of reactors. Yep, there goes the guy that we knew was going to go away. Completely expected. Calculated loss. At this point I could probably actually do better by eliminating the existing collectors in this area, but I don't need to. This is getting me lots of power. Okay. Let's build some mortars. Let's also build some blasters. And then let's go ahead and defeat this map. Reactors. Yes, yes, Mandibar. Reactors. They are amazing. This tiny little area of land, and I just peppered it with reactors, and we can support all of those weapons. this set of weapons isn't even a struggle for this. We're at like 7 to 8 out of 9.5 most of the time. This is easy now. Okay. Let's clear a path here. I will just go ahead and build yet another blaster to be the one that flies into that area. Yeah, there really wasn't any panic here. I built out this network of things. I built one thing over here where the tech was. That was it. This is, again, somewhat of a tutorial level. Here's how you use this thing. It's pretty nifty. You'll need it for this level. Reactor's too easy. Well, when they make it like this, they are. On the deep point on the right is tempting. Are you talking about that one? Which is middle left? Yeah, deficit? I don't know what a deficit is. That's definitely a nice, easy way to get up here. Let's build a few of those to make things faster. Believe it or not, despite liking the difficulty in this game, this also is one of my favorite aspects of the game, is when you get to the point where you just have won the map and you're taking a victory lap. Because it is so satisfying that, oh hey, you were in bad shape, but now you're not. Take that, creep. let's start knocking this creep back. Because that's on a lower level. If I hit that, things are going to go down nicely. Come back a bit because you're taking crap tons of damage over there. Aww. Didn't pay enough attention to my backline. Oh well. Yeah, my stream title really did not help with the misconception there of Creeper World being about a completely different kind of creeper. In fact, that was very intentional, as you might have guessed. Generally speaking, if you see one of my stream titles and you take it straight as exactly what it's written as, you're probably getting it wrong. And I do tend to have stream titles that are a bit a kilter from what they actually should be. Oh yeah, I've got these guys over here that aren't really doing much. I should use them. They were sitting there. No, I meant seed as in the foundation off which you build, like a crystal seed. Sorry if that was misleading. Alright, there's the totem there blocking things. There we go. Now we start digging into that a lot again. That's what should have happened the first time. It's kind of unfortunate that we had the simultaneous advance down here. Yeah, I mean, relays, they're okay, but the biggest problem with relays is the fact that they cost twice as much as collectors. If relays were cheaper than collectors, which I think they may actually be in Creeper World 3, then it makes more sense to use that even once you've solved your power issues. But in this case, why would I use something that takes twice as long to build? Even if it can reach further, I can't leapfrog that far. I might as well use the thing that's shorter range and just go with it. Yeah, they reach further, but if you can't leapfrog your things that far, it's not that useful. You can usually only leapfrog your things by like 2 or 3 tiles at once, so there's no point in having things that have a range of like 15 tiles if you're only ever moving things a smaller distance. So like at this point, when I'm moving it that far, okay, sure, that might make sense to have a relay for that. That's a decent distance. But most of them, I'm just inching them along further. So like right here, if this was a relay, I could place something out here, but that wouldn't work. It's in the creep. I can't do that. Generally speaking, my theory is I use relays when I need relays, and I don't use them at any other time. Even in Creeper World 3, even where I think they're cheaper than the collectors are, I don't use them unless I specifically need a relay. Now when I say Creeper World 3, they're cost 5 and the collectors are cost 10. Although I might have that backwards, so I might not even have a point on that one. Establish an extra connection. Yeah, using them to jump over and not have to worry about the collector chain would be a good idea. If I was a clever person, I might do that. Have you seen the number of things I've done wrong this playthrough? Do you think I'm a clever person? I'm clever sometimes. I can get behind that. That makes sense. No, I think you had it right the first time. All the time is pushing it way too far. But at this point, we have basically finished. We just need to enact our victory lap. There we go. That should do it. For goodness sake, only if one of you goes up there to cap him. And here we go. Yes, initiate the teabagging protocols. Yeah. silly idea. So let's take a look and see what the next one looks like here. I don't think I'm going to play through it, but I'll go ahead and read the lore at least. Commander, the analysis of the Enigma artifact we pick up back on Draco has been completed. The artifact contained encrypted information describing improvements to nearly all of our technologies. I don't know how this is even possible. Half of our technology has only been developed over the last 5 years. The information on the artifact was recorded using ancient technology dating back many thousands of years. In fact, the information that it contains would not even have made any sense to the people of the 21st century. I understand, Ops. Commander, you don't seem surprised by this news. Just tell me how the information can be applied to the mission at hand, Ops. I've, at this point, given up on explaining anything, so just tell me how it works. Yes, sir, I see. We can adapt the information to allow 6 different improvements to our tech. In order to enable any upgrades, we need a substantial supply of raw nanobots. If you collect these, we can create an improvement. On the map, I've highlighted any available nanobot deposits. Collect these and then click on the green upgrades section of the command bar. From there, you can apply points as you see fit. So, yes, we have 6 things that we can get in this game. I forgot, this actually does have an upgrade system. It's just a very simple one. We can get more energy, we can make things cheaper to build, we can build faster, we can make things move faster, and fire further. We only have one upgrade in each of these categories. This isn't a deep system. Once we get that, we're done. We've got it. I think it's literally we collect one of this and it is a single point there. So in this level we see 3 of them. We will have 3 upgrade points eventually. Yes, random nanobots that aren't our enemies. Interesting. Yeah, that's an interesting point, isn't it? Yeah. On the whole, I can't say that this looks extremely threatening at first glance, but yeah, I think similar strategy to last map will work fairly well here. Yeah, build a mortar or 2 just to hold it back, and then invest in reactors, and more reactors, and more reactors. Looks pretty straightforward. But that is as much as I'm going to do for this game for this evening. I did say I kind of wanted to show you guys a little bit of Creeper World 2, so I'm going to go ahead and switch over to that quickly here. So, you may hear it already, I just need to figure out where OBS disappeared to. There it is. So, game capture, I want you to be looking at the other one of the Creeper Worlds. There you go. Close out the original so we don't get 2 overlapping things of sound. So yeah, Creeper World 2, it's different. So this will be tutorial again, but we can go through just the very start of the tutorial here. So objectives, game type obliteration, destroy all creeper and enemy structures. Yes, you heard that right. Destroy all enemy structures. Yeah, something's changed here. Welcome, citizens, to our destiny. 30 years ago, as I did things that we're not going to pay attention to because, holy crap, that might be a spoiler. Okay, so this is the Liberation Ship. It's the single finest piece of technology ever constructed. Protect it with your life and it will return the favor. You will travel from world to world in this ship, and on each world you will destroy the creeper that ravaged our civilization. So, yes, on each world you will need to build reactors. You notice reactors currently cost 5. If I place a few, it still costs 5. So these may always... yeah, it's the research things that increase in cost. So cancel our active selection, which I can also do with right-click. And you'll notice it's sending packets out from the center here. But you notice there's no wire connection here. That they just kind of flew out there. Yes, there's ore. We can excavate, which is interesting. It's not so much that the creeper is singular, it's that it's a collective, you know. You don't talk about all of the jams in your jar, you talk about all of the jam in the jar. So yes, ore rig. Now, why would you need ore? Well, we saw nanobots that you could use to increase technology before, but what would you use ore for? Well, no matter. We can build a blaster. Blasters are good. Yes, and now they tell us that it has a scroll map! Wow! So now you want me to build a beacon down there. Okay, so this is teaching us about kind of the equivalent of the energy network in the previous game. See the area? See how this area is currently dark? We place this, we build it. You'll also see when I'm hovering over here it says, energy symbol, I can't reach this. The beacon finishes, and poof. It needs not just finish, it needs to get powered too. So, what can we do with this ore? Well, if you're reading what's on screen there, you note that we need to build a maker to generate anti-creeper? Anti-creeper. Interesting. Yes, anti-creeper. That's fascinating, isn't it? It's totally not like one of the demos had us going against training creeper that was specifically designed not to hurt things and then suddenly started hurting things. Oh, sorry. Does that count as a spoiler? Whatever. So yes. We should have this produce. Look! It's white creeper! This is friendly creeper. We can sit in it and not take damage. It's amazing! Whee! Comments about what else this may look like, given that it is white and flowing all around, had best be restricted to milk. And now we get the last of the really, really big departures from previous game. Yeah, nullifier. So the lore of this tells us that it's not possible to actually destroy a creeper emitter in our universe. Therefore, what we'll do is we'll just transport it to a different universe and destroy it there. Okay. Yeah. It's interesting. There's not really a way to turn off an emitter, you just have to straight up teleport it out of the universe and destroy it. So why even nullifier instead of blaster? Because we are actually destroying them, and this is lore important that we are doing that instead of just going after it. But yeah, it's different. You see, it still has kind of the same flavor of the game in some ways. It's still got the blue creeper that's building up as a liquid, but now we've got gravity. Now we've got anti-creeper. Now we don't have a network. We're building things that just kind of expand our reach, and we automatically send things and they fly where they need to go. And yeah, it's a very fun game. but it is very different from Creeper World 1. But with that, I'm going to go ahead and call that a stream here. We will return to the original Creeper World probably tomorrow. Like I said, I'm off for the next 3 days here, so I'm probably going to stream a lot because I haven't done this in ages and I'm enjoying it. It's fun. It's been a long time since I had an internet connection that was actually capable of doing such things. But yes, that is it for this evening. It's been great seeing you all. I suppose I can see if there's somebody interesting to send you guys to. There are a few of you here. I suppose I can see if there's somebody. Of course, I just managed to unmute my own stream somehow. Wait, oh, that tab. Okay. I clicked over to the tab that was on my channel to pop out the chat, and apparently it decided to start playing. So let's see, who's online that I know? So it looks like Duggernaut at the moment is playing Shadow of the Colossus, which that is a really good game. I think we should go say hello to him. I don't have a raid message or anything like that. I'm actually pretty strongly against spam in chat, so if you want to just say hi, say that I sent you, feel free to say that in your own voice, but I will go ahead and give you guys a link to him, and we can head over there, and I will host him in just a moment. Of course, it does help if I actually manage to get the link copied instead of having the YouTube link from earlier. See you guys later.